Okay, so I think we're live. Sorry about that. I had a little bit of a late start because I had a whole load of problems with feedback on. I don't know. I think it was on the sound card going into the live stream. I've got this really crazy setup of how everything's all linked, and obviously this mic's going through my audio sound card, which I'm also using for Ableton, and then it's going into the live stream. Oh, it's just a nightmare, and trying to figure out where any kind of feedback is happening is a real pain. So yeah, hopefully this is kind of working. Let me just check, but just to make sure that I've got the chat up there if anybody wants to join the chat. This is live on YouTube and on my Twitch channel, so feel free to jump into the chat. Yeah, so today is I'm going to be doing a remix live. So a remix came in for Phoenix Music, and basically, I'm going to be doing that today. That's kind of what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing this remix. I've got sent through the stems, so I've got all the stems ready to do this remix. I've kind of had a quick listen to them just to see how they sound, and yeah, I'm kind of excited to get on with this one. Let me show you what the actual track is. So I'm trying to make sure all my sound levels are working and everything's going through the right thing as it should do. Okay, so yeah, so the track is for Phoenix Music, and it's actually doing quite well in the Track Source House chart. It's this one here. It's by Per and Rare Candy. Track's called Say Yes, and this is a preview of how that sounds. So yeah, that's the remix that I'm going to be doing today. So that's the original track. As I say, it's out on Phoenix Music now. If you want to get hold of that track, I'll put there's a link in the description if you want to get hold of that original track. And yeah, basically what I'm going to be doing is remixing that today. So I think I have done a remix on this channel before live, and the whole point of today is literally I'm going to go from scratch and just see how it goes. So it might take a couple of hours, it might take 3 hours, it might take 4 hours, it might take the whole day. I don't know yet. I've got coffee, I've got, you know, let's see how we go. So, so yeah, that's the original track. Generally, I don't like to listen to the original too much when I come to do my remix because I want to make sure that I'm not coloured in any way of what I'm kind of going for with the remix. I like to kind of just think of the different stems that I get quite individual, so I can kind of come up with my own idea for it. So at the moment, I'm literally going to be starting from a template. So this is one of my old. This is a remix that I've got out at the moment. A remix of Mark Cottrell's "At Night." Let me not save that one. I don't want to save any changes onto that one. Yeah, so far all I've done is I have started up a new project, which is my template, my standard kind of Ableton template with all my stuff already in here. I've just basically called it the remix name, and then I put the remix parts in here. So this is when I'm going to first start to hear like the remix parts and see kind of, yeah, what this is going to be like. By the way, if anybody wants any asked any question or anything else, join in the chat. I think I've got the chat somewhere here. That's not working. Let me try this again. No, it's still not working. Oh, okay. So the YouTube chat's not going to work. This is great, isn't it? Don't you just love technology? Let me get the YouTube chat open, just so I don't miss any. I don't like missing anybody's questions or anything. So if anybody's got any questions, let me pop that open and close that. Close that now, can't I? Hi, Vince. I know there's a few people that have joined, so yeah, feel free to chat if you want to. Now I've got the chat open, so at least I can page back to that whenever I want to. So, right, okay, so I've got my template. If you haven't seen it before, I've got a video on my channel for my template as to how I start a project. There's not much really going on here. I've got some vinyl noise in, which is kind of standard for most of my stuff. Got my drums in here. I've got this kind of kick pattern. That's the only thing that's kind of standard across my tracks. Obviously, I've got a kick pattern. Nothing loaded into it. There's no sounds in this at all at the moment. It's just kind of layers ready to go. So let's have a listen to some of these remix parts and see what we've got. I actually put the original track in here just for reference. I might use that just to kind of figure out what key it's in. I think maybe try that. Let's have a listen to some of this stuff. So I don't think I'm going to use the bass because I'm kind of known for my bass sound, so I might not use that. However, I might use it for notes. Let's hear how that sounds. These are all the full stems. It's a nice kind of, it's a real kind of bass, I think. It's quite nice, actually, that. You've got the effects in here. There might be something to steal from out of here. Kind of standard effects. I'll probably just end up using my own. Kick, I'll use my own. What's melodic? Okay, so like strings and stuff. I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I wish I could actually zoom in on this preview here without actually having to drop it onto here to kind of see it all. It'd be nice to kind of actually zoom in and see all these different parts. Percussion, piano, and vocals. Now, these are probably going to be the things. Obviously, the piano is a big part of the track. It's that kind of old school house track. So I'm definitely going to be using this. I'll probably end up just using the original piano because I'm not going to bother trying to get the notes and recreate it or anything. Hands up to PercuX and Rare Candy. I love that piano line. It's just so cool. It's like proper old school, and I love my kind of old school. So yeah, that should be fun to work with. And then we got the vocals as well, which are like kind of preacher kind of vocals, and I love that kind of stuff, that old school house sound.
Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. Sweet.
Yeah, I mean, it is really cool. I love those vocals. I'll tell you what I'm actually going to do. First thing I'm going to do is actually bring in the kick. Now, I said I wasn't going to use this kick, but what I'm actually going to do is just use it to kind of get the BPM of the original track. I could drop the original track in, I suppose, but it's just going to, because it's just a kick, it's going to get the BPM quite easily. That's just so I can actually import all these different stems and get them all in time, really. So 123 BPM. I usually produce about 124, 125 now. I'll reduce the session to 123 BPM, just so I'm kind of working with all these. And then what I'm actually going to do is turn off the auto warping just for these, because I've got the session set to 123. It's going to be the actual tempo of the original stem. So I'm going to start loading these in. I'm going to make these tracks a little bit smaller. Let's get the piano in there. And let's get the vocals in there. What else we got? Anything else I wanted from there? Don't want the bass. No, I'm going to ignore the bass. Or do I use it for maybe I use it for some notes. I'll come back to that a bit later, I think. The main part is obviously the piano and the vocals. So we got them in there now. They're not warped. They shouldn't be anyway. So I'm going to now warp them to... Actually, is it right starting right at the start? Yeah, it is starting right at the start. Just make sure of that. Then I'll warp these at 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to up this to 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4? 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 5. Let's go for 1, 2, 5. Let's go crazy at 1, 2, 5. And let's zoom in. Let's see if it make sure this is all in time.
About my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite.
It's just so cool. I love it for the breakdown alone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop out a bit of this piano first. I'm going to mute the vocals for now and just chop out a bit of this piano so I can get a loop of it, because it is just a looped piano. So I want to get a clean loop of this because I know that it's got some side chaining going on here. Off the grid for some reason. Interestingly. Okay, so I can feel some, it must be the bass being taken out here, because there's definitely some more bass in this bit here. Oh no, it's got we got side chain on that one as well. Let's just use this bit. In fact, I might take it from a bit further on. I think that's going to be our loop there. Just loop that up. And I'm going to get rid of the rest of this because I don't think it changes throughout. So it's got a little bit of a double note at the end there, but I can always recreate that if I wanted to. Just loop the start of that piano. So I'm actually just going to use this bit here, get rid of the rest of this. And then I'm going to start building up my 8 bars, which is kind of standard for most producers, I think. 8-bar loop, get 15 seconds worth. Let's close that down. And make sure it's actually in time, put the metronome on. That's already in time. Let me just flick over to the chat, see what's going on. Craig Walters. What? So on holiday at the moment, hoping the wife and children will stay in the hot tub while you're doing this. What? Okay. God, I wish I was on holiday. I'm in Leicester. Like, if for anybody's watching this, if you're in the UK, you might actually know. If you're outside the UK. Leicester, I live in Leicester, and it's the only city in the whole of the UK that's still in lockdown. We've been told to go back into lockdown. So just as I was about to get my hair cut, literally the weekend I was about to get my hair cut, it all got cancelled and we got put back into lockdown again. So this is like 4 months worth of hair. And if you know me from any of my press photos, it's usually a lot shorter. So that's why I'm constantly wearing hats these days. So anyway, back on subject. Shall we get back onto this? Right, so I've got the kick in piano in there now. So I'm going to start building up some beats. And I think my idea for this is, because it's a very old school kind of sounding track, I want to go old school with a kind of drum machine. So use some 909 kind of stuff. I want a really kind of distorted kick as well. Let's get a good kick in there first. So I've got my kick channel already set up here. Now this has the simpler in it, ready for me to drop a sample in. I've got my EQ here, my Neutron 3, which I love to use. Utility on the end of it, which is already put into mono, because I usually keep my kicks mono. And I've got a whole kicks collection here. So I'm going to find something kind of raw and, yeah, something. try auditioning some of these. People always ask me about like how I do my mixing, and this is kind of basically how I start. I have the kick in there, and I drop the kick in there. The kick is already at -8 dB, and then I've got the actually -8 dB on the actual channel as well, so it's kind of -16. Obviously, that is whether the kick is fully normalized, and you know, I might have to bump this up a little bit or bump the kick up depending on what the sound I want. But generally, that's kind of where I start. So that's the volume that I start with, and everything is kind of mixed around the kick. So I've just taken that piano down basically. You can kind of see there, just right at the end. I think you can see. So yeah, I've just left myself a little bit of kind of room. A lot of people, I know a lot of people kind of go on about gain staging and all that kind of business, and you know, I always try to keep, you know, X amount on the master channel or whatever. I don't bother about that as long as it's not going in the red at this stage. I don't care, and I don't really kind of go for EQing all that much, not until I start getting the bits that I want to, because I don't want to waste time on EQing when I'm trying to audition bits. So we've got a kick in there. I kind of like that one. I might switch it out a bit later, but I'm just trying to get a vibe now. So let's get some drums in there. So today, what am I going to do today? Usually I jump into my tops folder and have a look through there, but I'm actually feeling going through some individual sample packs today, just getting some individual one hits out of this maybe, just to start me off. I've got a 909 kit here, but I don't know if I want to go for that today. I'm going to delete that. Put a new MIDI channel in here. Let's get a drum rack in that. Go within here. And let's get some samples in. What we got? I've got a collection here. I've been downloading sample packs full sample packs almost from Splice. That's why I've kind of labeled this up as packs. So these are all kind of my latest packs I've been using. I try and change things up every now and again. I do have like a whole load of different collections and stuff that I do use regularly, but I like kind of switching it up every now and again. So what we got within here? Let's try this House Nation folder, see what's within here. Not got any drum hits? Could have sworn there was drum hits in here. Let's try this one. Oh, there we go. I think clap. Should we go clap? Yeah, I'm going to go for a clap. Sounds kind of cool. Actually, do I even want a drum rack? No, I'm going to keep all these separate, actually, thinking about it. I usually like keeping my drums separate. For some reason, I like to have everything on an individual channel so I can kind of mix it how I want to. I don't know why. I think it's just a thing that I do. I've got a MIDI folder here where I kind of have a whole load of MIDIs already set up. So like, I know my clap is pretty much always on the 2 and the 4. So like, I've already got a MIDI clip ready for that. And I can also adjust it afterwards. Clap's a little bit too long, so I'm actually going to put it into one-shot mode, trim a bit off the end, get rid of the snap, and fade it out a little bit. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we've got the clap in there. As you can see, I'm not actually EQing it at the moment. I'll come back to that a little bit later. I want to make sure that everything rocks first. Let's jump into that pack again. I wonder if we've got any nice hats within here. Open hat? Let's go for an open hat. Kind of like that for some reason. And again, into my MIDI folder, I think I've got a hat, offbeat hat. Yeah, offbeat hat. No, not keen on that hat. nice. Kick down a little bit, actually. Cool, like that. That's just for argument's sake to get. I've got the keys, so I've got a keys layer here, which has already got everything that I usually put on my keys. But considering we're not actually going to be, well, the keys are the pianos in this track, so I'm going to use the LFO tool that I've got set up on here, drag that across to this piano, get rid of that keys layer, I don't need that at the moment. So I've got a bit of side chain going on there, and only a little bit, like you can see it's just ducking the kick a little bit. It's just to give it that kind of pumping effect. So I've got some, I mean, as you can hear there, it's really basic. I'm going to rename this actually, hat. Open hat, actually. Open hat, OH. So yeah, I've got some basic drums in here. As you can see, it's totally basic at the moment, but that's enough for me to now be able to figure out what I'm going to do, maybe melody-wise, or what I'm going to put in on the bass, I think. So I want a kind of old school bass. Where am I going to go for this? I've actually been playing around with the AS1. I've got the Pioneer AS1 over here, and I love the AS1. And I'm actually coming up with my own presets for it as well. Actually, no, I can't use it. I'm run out of leads. Like, I literally ran out of leads in the studio. I was going to use the AS1 today, and I've run out of leads, and I'll use the lead from that for the stream. So I can't do that, unfortunately. But I'll use the Tala instead. I think I'm going to use the Tal. I do love using the Tal Uno LX. Kind of my go-to, one of my go-to soft synths at the moment. It's a shame because I've got like the presets that I've got going in the AS1. It's really, I wasn't quite sure about the AS1 to start with because it's a mono synth, and most of my stuff. Well, if I was to buy a synth, like if I was to buy a hardware synth for within here, I would want to get the a poly synth, because obviously most of my stuff is chords and it makes sense. So actually buying a mono synth probably wouldn't have been one for me, but the AS1, as soon as I heard the sound that came out of it, it just had some kind of warmth to it, and the bass that you get out of it is lovely. It's so nice. For the money, it's a really great synth. Plus you get to use it with all the other Pioneer stuff, and you know me with my Pioneer stuff. So Uno LX, jump into the audio units within here. Is everybody okay still? Let me just check on the chat. Oh, got some action over on Twitch. So Mattison Tag, is that how you pronounce your username? Oh, you're watching in Chile at 5 o'clock in the morning. Wow. Okay. Well, I hope you can always watch this back. Like this is one thing about. Sorry, you watching? Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. So this is one thing about the stream, is that if you ever want to watch any of these streams back, I almost always do it on YouTube. So head over to my YouTube channel, and it'll always be there recorded. So. But yeah, it's good to see like you guys tuning in. I can see there's a few people tuning in over on YouTube, which is quite cool. I'm always bad because I start these streams and then forget to post it out everywhere. So I'm hoping people join when they want to. What's the YouTube chat saying actually? Anybody on YouTube? L Stapledon? Love the piano. Yeah, the piano is so cool in this, isn't it? Rod's watching from Northern Ireland. Yeah, it's great. This channel seems to attract people from all over the world, which I love. I love the fact that I can reach everybody with this. And I know, like, doing this at 10 o'clock in the morning in the UK, it's probably not going to be good for somebody in the US. But as I say, this is my day. This is kind of like when I start a remix. I'm not one of these people that works generally at night. It's a job. I kind of, I start at 10 o'clock in the morning and go through. Plus, I'm a bit more of a morning person. Coffee's working for me then, so still going through this actually. Right, I go off on a tangent way too easily. Right, so we got what am I doing? Bass. That's it, bass. So yeah, bass at the moment. If I want to go for an old school bass, I'm going for the Tal Uno LX, which I've got set up. I've got my bass channel here, which at the moment has just got the scale device on. So it puts me in the right scale for this track. And then I've got Neutron 3 in there. Mainly I've got Neutron 3 in there. As you saw, I got Neutron on the kick as well. And I kind of use this masking feature. So I can turn the masking feature on here so I can see the kick from the bass channel and see how the frequencies are kind of conflicting or not conflicting. So that's kind of cool. That's why I tend to use that quite a bit. Do love that. And then of course I got the LFO tool on there as well. Now one thing about this is I don't actually know what key this track is in yet. So I am going to get mixed in key up. I was going to get the plugin. I know they've got the plugin now for this, but I've just got this version on my computer because obviously I use it for DJing. So I don't know why I buy the plugin, because I've got this version and it's just as easy to do this. Let me see this folder. Does that work? So let's jump into here. So I've got the original track here. I'm going to drop this into mixed in key, see what it's saying. I also like to drop in the different stems as well, see if there's other kind of keys I can go in. So I'm going to drop the piano in there. Be interesting if this says two different things for the piano and the finished track. Takes a second. Oh no, there we go. So we're in F minor, which sounds about right. Okay, so we're in F minor, at least I know that. So I'm going to go back to the bass channel here and put this in F minor. Now this is the C minor preset within your thing. So can I go back to the browser? No, I can't see this in the browser. So yeah, this is a standard preset for the scale device. And yeah, I drop the C minor on there and adjust the bass to whatever I want. So this now should be an F minor. So that kind of works. Oh, we've got another thing. Sarah from France. Hi, Sarah. And Craig. Hi. I tell you what, I'm surprised how many people are tuned in, because this is quite early for most. And yeah. So yes, I've got it in F minor. In fact, I might just rename this just so I remember this is in F minor. Put a square brackets maybe. Yeah, there you go. Just so I can kind of remember that what kind of key I'm in with this, just so it's a quick reference anyway. So now I'm going to jump over to the Squid, which I've got over here, and then this is where we're going to have a look, see if we can go to a different camera. Yeah, there we go. So I've got this little camera here, and I'll see if I can get it in so you can kind of see a bit better. Look at this, camera angles and everything. Yeah, there we go. So I've got the Squid in here. Hopefully you can see. It's not the best camera, this one. I prefer my other one, but so yeah, I've got my Squid here, which I love the Squid. It's a great little sequencer. I really love it, and I've done a video on my channel about it before. So now that I know this is in F minor, one of the great things about this is I can change the scale. Oh no, I can change the key, sorry, to F, and then I can change the scale to minor penta, and now we can see. I hope you can see. You see, yeah. So some of these pads are lit up so I know what pads to press basically. And that's kind of basically how I start writing stuff. So I'm going to start jamming out on these pads and seeing what I can come up with, basically. So let's play this back. Would help if I armed the bass channel. Take it down. Start there. And in fact, find a better preset. There's some really great presets in here. The xylophone one's cool. I might just start with this and then see how it goes. I'm just going to have a play around. And if I find anything good, then I'll use the capture within Ableton, which basically just, rather than just recording everything, I just kind of hit that and it will just paste in the notes that I was just playing, so it kind of records without recording. It's weird, but yeah, I love that. So let's have a play around there. In fact, that's just way too quiet. Let's turn that up, and I'm going to really whack the volume up of this bass just because I want to hear it over the top of everything else. And this is not the mixing volume at the moment. Wondering whether it's too melodic. I'm trying to figure out whether that's too melodic. I want it to be kind of really... Yeah, I want it to be really kind of raw. Like I'm trying to figure out at the moment whether I want it to be... The other one, if you listen to the original track, the bass kind of follows the piano line and it becomes this big kind of piano anthem kind of thing. And I'm wondering whether to make mine dubbier rather than it being necessarily the same thing. I don't know what to do. Let me turn the piano off for a minute, see if I can do something. Okay, I think I've got an idea, and but because I'm running out of pads on the actual switch over to the wrong one. Sorry, I think I figured out an idea which I can kind of I think I can go between the octaves on this. Yeah, but I'm running out of pads on here to be able to do that, so I'm going to go back over to Ableton. But at least I've got an idea now of what I want to do. So. Where's the loop? The loop starts there. Let's go into the loop a little bit more, and I'm going to make a MIDI clip within here. And we're in F minor, aren't we? So I'm going to start around about... Let's do... Trying to figure out what the actual notes are of this piano. So what I might do is just... I could do it the hard way and just try and figure it out, but I'm just going to use the audio to MIDI and see if I can figure it out that way. Oh God, that's horrible, isn't it? Doesn't always do a great job, this, and it's always quite hard to kind of figure it out. Yeah, so we can see F, C sharp, D sharp, and then A sharp maybe. So F sharp. Yes, yeah. So F sharp, C sharp. Okay, let's try that anyway. Rough notes. Let's see how that goes. Play it with the piano. That one doesn't sound right. Hang on. Yeah, I think it's sounding okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about it at the moment. What do you guys think? Who's in chat? What do you think? Stu is tuning in from South Yorkshire. Well, hopefully it does make your work. What are you doing at work that you can actually be tuned into this? That's what I'd love to know. Like, what are you actually doing? I've got Zara from France. Lara's watching from Lanzarote. All over the place. Where's nobody else tuned in on Twitch? Yeah. Oh, this is where I'm like, when I kind of go through doing a remix like this, or any remix actually, I kind of end up going through many different ideas until I settle on something. So this might not be what I kind of go with, but it might lead me on something else. And I'm not quite sure at the moment. I'm not quite sure about it. Maybe I need to change the instrument, try something different. That doesn't sound great. I'm going to change that instrument out. And what I'm actually going to go for is... let's go for a sample. I love the Left Wing and Cody kit. Where's that? Left Wing and Cody sample pack. They've got some great bass hits within here. Move this up a couple of octaves. I think it's maybe I think it's the upper octave notes I'm not keen on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that idea. I'll keep it off to the side here. Just as something to go back to maybe. But I'm going to get rid of these upper notes. Try filtering out the piano and seeing if that kind of gives me any inspiration. Still not working for me. I'm going to try on every note, I think. Something about that. I think I'm liking that. It's a very kind of solid groove. So the bass notes are kind of long, and but there's something about it. Let's keep all these notes. I think let's try that. Oh, this note's not long enough. Let's make it longer. I don't love it at the moment, but I'm just going to use it for the time being. And I think I'm going to, because I don't want to get bored of this too quickly and keep going round and round in circles on the bass, I'm just going to start working on the drums. And maybe the drums will give me something. So I'm going to jump into my tops. No, actually, let's jump into these packs and see what else we can find within here. Let's jump into this one maybe. I tend to go through tops loops. So if you're not familiar with tops loops, they're basically drum loops with all the top elements basically. So no kick in there, no kind of harsh toms or anything. So you got your hi-hats, your claps, upper kind of percussion and stuff. And they're kind of good for almost filling out a track a bit. And that's kind of how I get most of my ideas for where I'm going for with the track. That's quite nice. I might actually pitch it down a bit though. I wouldn't normally use the whole top loop, but that one's kind of got a nice rhythm. Let's try pitching that down. And I'm actually going to put the LFO tool on it as well, give it a bit of ducking. Now I don't like it as much. I'm playing around with it and don't like it now. Not sure about this pack. Let's try this one maybe. Got some loops out there before. Something about that. I like the kick and the clap from that. I might just use the clap from that. Really EQ it. Something really horrible going on in there. Yeah, that hi-hat or whatever it is, not nice at all. Use the volume clip here, the volume envelope. Just use that clap. I'm not in full tutorial mode at the moment. You probably find a tutorial on my channel for most of the stuff that I'm doing. If not, have a look at my course on editing, Ableton editing. Link in the description below. That goes more about my different techniques and stuff. There's loads of stuff on this channel that you'll find if you want to know about any of the techniques. That's just thickening up that clap. So I'm going to call it clap 2 maybe. Just a bit of a thickerness about that. Jump into a different folder. I'm getting a bit bored of these. I don't know why. Actually, I'm going to go to my tops folder because this is usually where I find most of my stuff that I use. I'm losing the edge on this. It's sounding a bit too weak. Let's try the piano again on it. Yeah, that bass is just too weak. It needs to be something. Maybe a kind of real subbiness. Maybe just a sub. A sub might work quite nicely. Something that's kind of 808-ish. Yeah. I'm going to jump into... Oh, God, what did I just delete then? Oh, Neutron. I'm going to jump into... I'm going to use the bass engine, I think. In fact, before I do this, I'm going to press save because bass engine does have a tendency to crash every now and again. I want to find a nice 808 kind of sample from here. Now, I'm using bass engine because this is more of like the kind of hip-hop kind of... Yeah, it's kind of hip-hop synth of some description basically, and I picked this up a little while ago because I heard some of the presets on this and some of them are really kind of grungy and they got a nice amount of dirt to them and I really kind of like that. So I'm going to try and I want an 808 kind of sound. I think there's nothing coming through. I wonder if I kind of do... I'm going to take that away. I'm going to use this again. And instead of these, yeah, I'm going to get rid of these. Get rid of these and that one. I'm going to take this down. Why is that not playing anything? Is that too high? Yeah, too high. Cool. Got a bit of kick to it, hasn't it? Yeah, that's kind of better. I like that. Yeah, I think that's going to work better. Not the sound, of course. I'm going to tweak that sound in a second, but I like that kind of. One with a bit. Yeah, I want a bass sound with a bit less character than that. Let's have a listen. It's just so. Look at all these presets going through all of these. Crazy. Losing track of everything here. Too many windows. Okay, that sounds better. It's got a nice kick to it. That. I wonder if I can pitch that down. Funny that it's a bit too high pitched. Yeah, I need something a bit dirtier than that. Clinical. That last note is too high. Let's try knocking it down an octave. I like that. That's sounding better. I might shorten some of these notes up because they sound a little bit too long. Might put a bit of swing on this as well. I'm not going to hear it too much at the moment because it's so deep, but some kind of swing. I'll probably change this a bit later once I kind of know the swing for everything else. In fact, I'll get the closed hat in next, which is a closed hat and the kind of snares to kind of really figure out the swing. Try 66 for now. That sounds really strange. What the hell's going on? I've picked the 8. That's why. Idiot. I've picked the 8 swing rather than the 16th swing. Okay, that's working better, and I'm probably going to put some kicks in here as well, which will kind of reinforce that. Let's try some double kicks. some ghost kicks. Hope everybody's doing okay. Checking the chat in a minute. I kind of just put these ghost notes in here. They're down one key, but it's not going to matter too much with the kick. Just to kind of give it a bit more movement. Get rid of this one. Gives a little bit more movement to it. I might put another one in a bit earlier, actually. Set these really down. I'll keep that for now. That's okay for now. This is you can see with the way I'm working, it's really rough. I kind of work really rough to start with, just so I'm getting an idea. This is kind of like the idea stage, and where I'm kind of figuring out where I'm going to go. So we're about an hour into this. Which isn't bad. We've got some good elements in there. Let me check over in the chat, see how everybody's doing. Craig enrolled in my Udemy course. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for enrolling in the course. I hope you really enjoyed it. The course I've got, if you haven't seen it yet, it's this I've got an edit course, a bootlegs remix edit course, which, if you don't know anything about Ableton at all, basically goes from scratch, and it's aimed at DJs that that want to kind of make their own DJ edits, but don't want to learn everything about Ableton to make their own tracks. And generally, that's how I started, was making my own bootlegs and stuff, which I think is why I kind of like doing remixes. I like doing remixes because, it just feels like something I want to make for my own set. It's like my own little tool. And I suppose for the remixes, for the first few months before they get released, they are kind of my own secret edit. And especially with this track's doing so well in the track source chart at the moment. So I'm sure it's getting a lot of plays everywhere. So if you want to support the original track, link in the description below if you want to get hold of that. But yeah, this is coming along all right so far. So I'm still drinking my coffee. I will drink a coffee for I made this about like an hour and a half ago. Yeah, still drinking it. What else we got? We got anything over on Twitch? I'm not quite sure how many people are watching on Twitch. It's one of those things that I do stream to, but I'm not quite sure how many. I know most people are joining me from YouTube. How many's on at the moment? 16 people tuned in. Thank you for tuning in on a Tuesday morning. Right, so I think the next thing is to kind of get some more groove in there. I want to get some closed hats in there, some snares maybe, get some kind of real jacking stuff to it. Yeah, so put a new MIDI channel in here. You can see I've got all these audio channels already set up, ready, waiting for me. I'm not using audio today. I'm going for MIDI. I like to kind of switch it up, use something different each time. So we got any one shots from this tool room pack. So I'm going to put some of these in. I'm going to get some kind of swingy kind of hats. This is where the kind of swing really comes into play. going a bit random on those hats, you know, kind of changing the velocities, changing the length of the notes, just trying to make it sound a little bit interesting. Not too keen on the rhythm just yet. In fact, I might just put the LFO on it just to give it a bit of swing. Just took the transpose up one semitone, made it a bit higher. Yeah, I'm feeling, kind of feeling it. Now let's get a snare in there. I'm going to duplicate that actually and put a snare in. Like any of these. Let's go for the UK Garage Pack. Actually, this has got some really good one shots in. I just copied the MIDI notes across as well, just because, well, I did. I don't know why. I might put a clap in here. Let's find on a bog standard 909 clap, I think. I've got all my drum kits here. I can't even remember where I got this download from, but it's basically got all the drum machine samples in it. Let's go for a clap. We got a clap within here. Yeah. There's loads of if you're looking for like old drum machine samples, there's loads within the Ableton packs. I think there's a drum machines pack, an official drum machines pack within Ableton, which has got some really good ones in as well. Liking that closed hat now. I'm getting rid of that. I'm keeping the clap because I like the clap. I might just change up how that sounds. For some reason this isn't working today. I'm going to copy this one across, I think, because this one works for now. Again, I'm going through several different, I'm going through different ideas in my head. As soon as I'm kind of auditioning stuff like this and adding this clap in, it might not stay till the end. For now, it's working, but I'm going to jump in and get some samples because I really want some. I want to get moving with this. So I'm going to jump into my tops folder and see what I can find within here. That clap is sticking out like a sore thumb. I'm going to mute that for now. There's something in that that's quite nice. I wonder if I can find that. In my... Where can I find that? Colors. See if we can find that in my samples. I think it's a little snare in that that's really nice. I like that little snare there. It's just those tiny little elements that I really, really love, and that's why I tend to jump into these kind of top loops and just cut them out. Sometimes I usually go into the clip and then I use a volume envelope, but for some reason today I'm going through and I'm going to be cut happy. So yeah, get rid of these bits, don't need these bits, it's just these little bits here. Just fade that off on the edge there. Don't need to do this, but I'm going to fade it off there as well. And then do the same up here. Fade it off, fade it off. And then I'll consolidate that into a clip. Loop that. I keep having to look. If you can notice here, I've got this arm that goes across the mic arm. I got the mic because I used to have a mic that was up here before and it just sounded horrible. So I got this proper nice mic and I was hoping that obviously that's easier for doing these kind of live streams, but this arm gets in the way all the time. I'm trying to figure out what's in the bottom right hand corner of the screen and it always gets in my way. Yeah, so that's in there. Yeah, so it's just a few little bits from within there. I'm going to loop that up within here. I think I just like adding loads of little elements like that. Simple elements. Almost like, yeah, an old school feel to it. I'm going to get rid of that clap. Don't want that clap in there anymore. Let's find some more loops. I like that loop, but it's got too much going on with it. I wonder if I can find that one somewhere as well. I wonder if there's a different, maybe variations on that. No, there isn't any. No. I was hoping I might just be able to get the hats out from that, because the hats are quite nice on that one. Never mind. The very first hat on that's quite nice. That'll probably work out quite nicely. Yeah, if you ever want to kind of get into this without having to cut up the audio, I tend to use the clips if I want to experiment with stuff and see what I want to kind of keep in. So I'm going to take these first bits here, maybe. I can't really just pull that out on its own. No, forget that. In fact, I think what I want is like a big hat. I think a big kind of ridey kind of hat would probably work quite nicely. See if I can find one of those. It's that kind of length that I want, but not that sound. Something like that. Kind of like that one. I wonder whether I can actually, I want it pumping a little bit more. Maybe I can get the LFO tool on it. Yeah. There's a double one in there. I'm going to make sure I get rid of that. I don't usually EQ. Well, I'm EQing a little bit because I want to get rid of that bottom end. There we go. And I want a bit more of a pump. Have we got the LFO tool on any of these? Yes, there is the LFO tool on that. I'm going to copy that across. That's subtle. It really just knocks out the first hit, but knocking it down by 3 semitones, that really works. Gives it a nice kind of, yeah. Okay, I think now I'm starting to get there with the the drums. This is how the drums are sounding together. So I'm going to go through and actually just rename some of these. I think this is kind of where I'm getting to these. I liking these drums now, and these are going to stay, I reckon. I'm just renaming these clips here, just so when I'm copying them across, it just makes it a little bit easier, so I know what they're doing. that's starting to sound very Dirty Secrets, I think. Yeah. That kind of sounds like very much like my signature kind of drum sounds. Yeah, I mean, I start a different point every time when I kind of go for a track like this. I mean, I do have my template, but it's very kind of sparse. I want to make sure that I kind of have it as empty as possible, but have enough kind of shortcuts and things to save me time, just so I can kind of get going quite quickly. But I always kind of do things in a different way each time. So because you can see with this, I mean, it's, yeah, so I've got the clap in here that I put in via MIDI, and then I've got another clap in here that I got via some top loop. And I've got an open hat here, which again I did by MIDI, and then a percussive thing which I cut out of a top loop, and then a big hat here that I just put in, which was from some sample. So yeah, I really kind of, it's a real kind of mixture of how I come up with my drums. Make sure this saves this. Save it definitely. Just going to check in on chat, see how everybody is doing. Everybody's still not many people on Twitch. I should really push my Twitch a little bit more, shouldn't I? What's going on over on YouTube? Oh, thanks, Leon. Leon's saying +1 on the course. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you guys are liking that the Ableton course that I did. I've got some really good feedback on it. I think we've had over 700 students take it so far, which is amazing. And I never kind of thought when I put it out there that many people would like that course or really get into it. So I'm really kind of happy that's the case. Craig said, "Love to stay and continue watching, but I've got to go to the beach now." This is my not impressed face. Like this, you're going to the beach, and I'm stuck in this hot little room. Yeah, honestly, to be honest, if I could go to the beach, I would do, but unfortunately, I'm not allowed to travel at the moment because we're in lockdown, so I can't do that. But yeah, so Zara says LFO tool. Yeah, LFO tool is one of the plugins that has stayed in my collection for a while. I did a video on Track Spacer just about a few weeks ago, maybe, which I thought was going to actually replace LFO tool, but it hasn't. It hasn't replaced my LFO tool because I still love the LFO tool. And I still haven't bought Track Spacer yet. I played around with it a bit more on the trial version. Wasn't quite sure about it, so yeah, I haven't gone ahead with getting the Track Spacer. But yeah, it's one of those things. I might possibly get it. I'm still trying to figure out that use case for it as to why I'd actually use it. So so we got everything in here. Let's hear everything together that I've got so far. I'm going to start doing a bit of processing within here. So I'm going to start EQing some stuff. So the kick, I want to get the I've already got a bit of a bottom shelf on the kick already. Yeah, I'm cutting out about 46 hertz. This one has quite a bit of rumble to it, so I might actually just take a little notch out of it about here. Just a little notch out of it, just take away some of that rumble. I don't quite want all of that rumble. Let's go through and EQ all this now. Get the clap and get the EQ8 on that. It's funny because I usually have all of these channels kind of set up with my defaults on. So usually there's always an EQ8 on one of these channels when I create one. But I've done that many tutorials and that many different tips and tricks videos recently that I've ended up resetting everything so that I can then show how to do it. So like a lot of these things aren't set up at the moment. So yeah, I need to go through and do that again at some point. Kind of just cutting out the bottom end of that clap, and I might actually just take a little bit out of the top. Yeah, just a little scoop out of the top a little bit. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see it. I was just checking that my little screen here thing, this little thing here, isn't in the way. Yeah, so that's that. That's that clap done. That clap's got quite a bit of weight to it. I'm going to leave that in as it is. So you can see with this, I mean, the reason I'm kind of cutting out the bottom end is what most people kind of says about cutting out the bottom end. There's loads of kind of rumble here that I don't really need or want with this hat. So yeah, just kind of cutting that out. Actually is. Yeah, oversampling's turned on. I'll make sure I've got that turned on. Let's turn on. Let's go for the percussion. That's already done. I've got a crash in here. This is just a MIDI, yeah, just a MIDI layer here, which I'll probably use a bit later. I'm going to put that to the top now so it's out of the way. Right. I'm still not quite sure whether this is the right bass instrument for it. I think I'm liking the notes. I'm not 100% sure on the instrument for it yet. Maybe get some vocals in there just so I get some vibe. I want to get some vibe in there. See what these vocals are in over the top. Let's put these over the top of it and see how it sounds. Original vocals are slightly different timing actually than that. Let's have a listen to the original. Actually, I've turned warping off, haven't I? Let me turn warping back on again, because otherwise I'm going to zip through that. There you go. Turn that back on again so I can actually go through this.
Come on, lift your head. Turn on the inside.
I think the timing might be slightly different, but I kind of like it how it's just fallen like this. I think this is starting to sound pretty decent actually now. I'm kind of getting there where I want to be with it. I think even like, so that bass sound, even though I'm not keen on it at the moment, it will last near for the moment, but I might replace it a little bit later. So what do I need to do now? What have I got now? I'll try processing a bit more of these tops actually, because I want to take some, I've usually got the saturator on here, which I'm going to get rid of. I don't want today. EQ8's on there. I don't need that. Got my multi-filter. This is my own little kind of preset rack, which has got like, I call it the multi-filter, and it's got a low pass filter and a high pass filter all in one. So you can kind of use it. If you want to get hold of that, that's on my Patreon channel. If you want to help support the channel, there's a link in the description below. where you can actually support the channel and also get all my kind of racks and instruments and all that kind of stuff. I've got a whole load of downloads on there. So if you join, then you can get hold of those. So as I said, link in the description below. I'm not going to use that, I don't think, on the drums today. I put all these kind of stuff on here to start with, just in case I might need them, but today I don't really want them. I'm actually going to use the RC20, I think, today on the drums. I'll put some interesting stuff on that. So this is just the tops, actually. Does sound quite cool already. It always goes overboard on the noise. I always have to turn the noise down because this is just too much. It's got the vinyl noise in there, but it's just always a little bit too high. And I like to put my own vinyl noise in there anyway. In fact, I could probably turn it off after this. Bass seems really high now for some reason. Not quite right here. I think it might be the kick. I think there's too much weight in that kick. Play around with a different kick, actually. I'm going to duplicate it for now, but the more I listen to it, the more I'm not quite sure about it. I'm going to try a different one, see what else we got within here. This one I tend to use quite a bit. That's kind of one of the ones I usually use. That kick works really well, but in this case, I'm not 100% sure on it. I'm not quite sure what I'm after, really. I kind of like that one, actually. I wonder if I can actually, it might be a little bit too long. like it goes better with it, but it's, I don't know. Actually, I'll keep that one for now. Try another one. If I can't figure out what kick I'm going to go for, any kind of sample, I'll tend to just duplicate it with multiple options and then just kind of choose which one sounds best out of all of them. Jesus, that is so strong. Look at that waveform. That's ridiculous. Started with. It's the first one I started with, actually, ironically. Really trying to find it. Yeah, this is one of the hardest things, is trying to find the right kick, and it might just be because I've been listening to it too much and it just doesn't sound right to me, but for some reason it's still sticking out. I think what I'm after is a fairly standard style kick, but a very distorted one, like a really kind of old style one. And I suppose I could do that by trying to make it myself, but I'd much rather just find a sample that works. No. Really can't work it out. Now I'm thinking the first one sounding better. You know what? I'm going to keep the first one. The first one, after listening to a few others. I'll put it through something. I might actually put it through, I might put a glue on it, actually. Try and glue them all together and make it sound. Let's go from one of the standard presets. Piano sounds really wide. I'm going to make it a little bit more narrow, I think. I want it to sound, oh yeah, I want this track to sound really kind of old school. So I'm going to make it quite narrow. Or I can make the drums wider. Might do both. in slightly, not making it mono. I just want to pull it in a little bit. So just going through and mixing there, just trying to get all the levels right, because it kind of, yeah, they needed adjusting slightly. Some of it was kind of sticking out too much, and once I was hearing the vocals, realised some of the drum elements were sticking out a bit too much. And I've realised that percussive element I don't like anymore, so I'm going to get rid of that. Realize I kind of want a ride cymbal in there. Got these ride loops from the Noizu sample pack. Put a bit of LFO tool on that ride as well, just to kind of really make it pump. Yeah, just to make it pump a little bit, and then get an EQ on that as well. I'm not quite sure where I'm going with this, and I think it'll all become apparent when I start arranging it.
Stop your line. Stop your backbite.
think I have everything we need here to start arranging now. So, yeah, I don't want to work too much more on this because I think this is kind of at a stage where I've got all the elements that I need, or at least almost the elements that I want. And I'm not going to rule out the fact that I'm not going to change these because I might actually change these at some point. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. But I think it's ready for an arrangement now. So that's going to be the next step. Literally doing a rough arrangement. Just want to check in. Is everything working okay? Just checking that the stream lagging a little bit. I kind of changed the equipment over for this stream, so hopefully it's working okay. So actually, I'll check on the chat, see how everybody's doing in the chat. Oh, hello. What we got in there? So Stu's asked, so many plugins. What do you recommend if you're mixing out of the box? What do you think about the pay monthly schemes? As far as mixing out the box, you can totally mix out the box using Ableton stock plugins. If you have Ableton Studio, sorry, I just realised this. Yeah, it's juttering a bit, which is annoying. You can totally master and mix out of it with the Ableton plugins, the stock ones, especially in Studio. The EQ8 I still use a lot on most things. The only reason I tend to use the Neutron EQ on my bass and on my kick is because of the masking, so I can kind of see where the two frequencies kind of overlap a bit. And that's generally why I kind of use that. Also, I think it's a bit more precise on there as well. But the EQ8 works really, really well for that. So as far as mixing and stuff, it works quite well. I don't tend to use that much compression. Most of the sounds that I work with work quite well out the box. I like to look for good sounding, samples to start with. So I don't tend to dive into the compressor all that much. And you'll probably notice that I use the Glue plugin, which is by Cytomic, which is the same Glue plugin that comes with Ableton. I use this version because I'm used to this version. That's why I kind of use that rather than the inbuilt Ableton one. So I tend to use that one mostly. But yeah, you got for most of that, yeah, you can do. The pay monthly schemes are fantastic. Pay monthly schemes definitely are fantastic. I have, for Splice, I have the RC20. I have that on pay to own. So you're paying in monthly installments, and I think I did the Punchbox as well by D16. I don't tend to use Punchbox all that much, but I should do because I bought it, and I should do. But yeah, I think it's a really great idea, especially as the fact that you can put it on pause at any time. So even if it is like renting it, but after time you will still own it. So I think it's a great way of doing it, rather than necessarily a subscription-based service. But I'm not against them as well, because if you're going to get something that's constantly updated, then a subscription service makes sense. So I don't mind either way, really. I know there's been a bit of talk about. I think there was whisper that maybe the next version of Ableton would go to a subscription basis, or maybe it's just people making up stuff just to kind of stir the pot or something. But I actually reckon that's a good idea, because I think going subscription based on most software is a good idea. People get this kind of thing where they're like, well, I don't own the software, then if I stop paying, I stop using it. But you always then get an up-to-date version. So when new features come along, you're not paying for new features. When the new version of Ableton comes along, you have the latest version when they introduce features. And if you're doing on the subscription model, then you generally have it's more money in the pocket for the developers to then do more stuff with it. So I think it's a good idea. For example, the Adobe suite, which is for like video editing, photo editing and all that kind of stuff. They've got a massive suite of software, and I'm a subscription for that. I've had a subscription for that for the last 8 years, and that works so well, because I can reach into there and grab any tool that I want to whenever I want to do any kind of task, and I don't need to pay any extra for it. Granted, it does cost a bit, but it makes sense because I use a lot of that software anyway. And God, if I had to pay up front, yeah, it's just a real pain. Going off track anyway, aren't we? So I do like the monthly schemes. I think they're really cool. Bronx Beat says, stem it out and then mix it them in Serato Studio. I bet $1 million it will sound better. To be honest, I don't think that at all. You know, at the end of the day, why would I take the stems out of Ableton to then mix them in something else? It just, no. I mean, you might like Serato Studio, and that's great for you. But I do from start to end in Ableton, and that works perfectly fine for me. And it works perfectly fine for most people. And in fact, I know a whole load of mastering engineers that use Ableton, so it can't be that bad to use from start to finish. So yeah, I think that's you might love Serato Sample, but that doesn't necessarily make it the best DAW ever. It's just your preference on DAW, and I still love Ableton. I really love Ableton. So let's get into it. Let's do this arrangement. And I tend to do like a really rough arrangement to start with. So this is kind of me feeling out where I'm going to go with the track. And I usually do this in real time, actually. So what I'll do is I've got my vinyl track, which I'll go do the whole length. So maybe say this track is going to be 6 minutes in length. So this is just a vinyl sample that I've got going here, and it's just looped. You can see it's a loop sample here. And I'll drag it out for, I don't know, about 6 minutes or something. Nothing really exact. That's not how long the track is going to be. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all these elements here. So these are all the elements that are built up in this loop. And this is going to be most of my track, I guess. So let's say that this will then properly kick in at 2 minutes. So this is where most of the stuff is going to come in. So now I will then look to kind of fill this up. So, okay, so we've got all the drums here. I'm going to copy these across to the start, and I'm going to duplicate it, create like a minute intro. And then maybe say, for example, we've got the vocals here. Where do the vocals start? Got some vocals here. I don't know how these kind of start. I think it starts here. Or not, does it? I think that goes into the first bit there. I don't know how this works. We'll listen to it in a second. But yes, say for example, I've got the vocal break here for maybe 30. Yeah, I don't want the break to be more than 30 seconds. So I want everything to come back in again here. So actually I'll move this all to here. And let's drop out everything. So let's go to that. And actually, I'm just going to play it through and then just kind of fill this out.
so easy. It's a gift from God. And all I have to do is believe it. It's inside y'all. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord.
Okay, so I think that is my rough arrangement. Now, what I was basically doing there was just kind of going through and kind of feeling out where everything should be. So kind of I'm using the kind of the vocals here. Obviously, this is the full stem for the vocals. So this is exactly how they're laid out in the original track. But it kind of gave me a feel for like what's available and how how the original one is structured. So you probably got like 2 breakdowns or 3 breakdowns or whatever, and you can kind of see that from where the vocals are. And I kind of just felt it through, and I like playing it through and then constructing it this way because I almost kind of feel as I'm playing it live, as I'm playing this through and then making the edits live, I kind of know when something's going on too long or when it needs to go on longer, for example. This is just real kind of rough arrangement, but I get a good idea from where I want to go with this. So yeah, so I've got the first about minute of the track. So the first, 20, what we got? 32 bars, I guess. I don't ever count in bars, to be honest. It's all in time. So up to about the minute mark, I've got beats. Then it drops out for, 45 seconds. And then comes back in again. And then we've got a mini break here. Then it comes back in again for another minute or so. Yeah, minute. And then we've got a big break, which goes on for a whole minute, which I think is going to be really cool. I want to create this kind of really anthemic thing because the vocals are quite anthemic. The piano is quite anthemic. And then we've got this kind of break here, which I think might be a snare build, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how that sounds. And then everything comes back in again for the drop. And then we have the outro that goes on for a minute. So it's a real kind of simple structure, I think, that will kind of work. And what I tend to do now that I kind of know where this is going, I'm going to ignore the start because I don't. The intro is the intro. It's got the drums, and I'll come on to that a bit later. I might fix that a little bit later. But I want to concentrate on the breakdowns, get them sounding quite cool, and the transition from the breakdown into the drop, and go from there really. So let's hear the vocals, see how these sound.
Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop
So, yeah, I'm playing around with this kind of intro because I want to make this intro quite old school. So I'm going to put I think a single kick in here. I tend to use the kicks just to kind of emphasize the start of a bar.
Come on, lift your hands and say yeah. Say yeah. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me.
So I'm going to automate the volume on the kick there with the utility because I want to kind of have this almost like a kick fill. Do this here. I could do this with velocity actually, but
Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop your backbite. Stop
actually it might be cool with an auto filter. Let's get an auto filter in there and do that same thing.
your backbite. Your backbite. Stop
Yeah, let's take it all the way down to here.
your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk.
And let's get the crash in there because the crash is going to sound cool with that as well. So I want an old school crash, I think, for that. I should really keep all my crashes in one place because I always go searching through all my packs to try and find a crash. Oh, that's not helpful. Let's have a look through here. Actually, what's splice folder? Lots of reverse crashes. No, that's not going to help me. Let's have a look in here. Too much. This classic garage and US house pack is quite cool. Is that a Loop Masters pack or Sample Magic pack? I can't remember, to be honest. I like that one.
About my dress, but stop your lying. Stop your jealousy. Stop your jealousy.
Yeah, that just works. Normally, I'd kind of maybe take a crash sample and like tweak it a little bit, but that's got some nice echo on it.
Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about.
In fact, I might do a little bit. I might copy this as well. Let's copy this.
Your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Your backbite. Your backbite. Stop your backbite. Stop.
Yeah, that kind of works. That works better. And again, I'm going to get the utility. And in fact, I'm just going to copy this utility over because it's already got the automation on.
Your backbite. Stop your jealousy.
Yeah, so I've got the same automation going on there.
Your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to.
Take that down a little bit, actually.
Your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. Come on, lift your hands and say yeah. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside.
Might do the oh, didn't mean to do that. Trying to colour it out. Wrong one. I might do another one here actually with a double kick. Yeah, lock the automation. Don't want that in.
Don't worry about my clothes. My dress. Don't worry about my clothes.
For some reason, that the kicks don't always hit for me. I always have to kind of.
About my clothes.
I think it's something to do with my latency or something like that. For some reason, the first kick doesn't always kick. I think it's something to do with it. I keep meaning to have a look into it to figure out why it's not doing that. I'm just lazy.
Come on, lift your hands and say yeah. Say it again, say yeah. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress.
Get rid of that one, I think.
Say yeah. Say it again, say yeah. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop. Come on, lift your hands and say yeah. Say it again, say yeah. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the end. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do. I ain't worried about my dress. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the end. Stop your jealousy. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do. I ain't gonna do it no more. The way I used to talk about you, I'm not gonna talk about you no more. Say yeah, floods of joy on my soul, like a sweet below. Say yeah.
And I'm going to copy that across there as well. Oh, actually, I need to copy the automation. Just playing around with the kick and just doing some interesting stuff.
Inside, things I used to do. I ain't gonna do it no more. The way I used to talk about you, I'm not gonna talk about you no more. Say yeah, floods of joy on my soul, like a sweet below. Say yeah.
It's getting there. It's rough, but it's getting there. The ideas are starting to get there. This is where I spend ages just kind of tweaking stuff, just kind of it's those little kind of tweaks, those little bits that make it interesting. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some crowd noise in here, maybe, just to kind of make it a little bit more, feels a bit too static. Go into my splice folder and see what I can find in here.
Say yeah, say it again, say yeah. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside.
Yeah, just add something to it. I'm going to put that in there.
Clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying.
Might put this one in as well.
Say yeah, say it again, say yeah. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, stop your
Okay, so yeah, that's my little trick, is the fact that if you've got like this kind of, if you have a nice kind of breakdown and you've got some old school piano and vocals and stuff like that, it just feels like it needs some kind of crowd behind it. It gives it that atmosphere of where you kind of got that awesome breakdown in the club and everybody's just really feeling it. You don't want to have it too high in the mix because it feels too obvious, but this kind of, if you bury it in there a bit, you kind of get that feeling of a crowd, but not overwhelming kind of dubbed on kind of sound. Actually, I can feel that rises right there, and that might go into that quite nicely.
It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do.
Yeah, there we go. We're starting to get something now. I might actually up the vinyl noise as well, because the vinyl noise is quite quiet in this, and because I'm going for a proper old school kind of feel, I might make it a little bit more obvious. In fact, it might even be the wrong vinyl noise. I might get a rougher one. Must have some vinyl noise here somewhere in my splice folder.
Re-up, give you that.
Oh. Scratches, nice. Melodic sounds. There must be some vinyl sounds. No. That's quite a nice one. It's hard to hear it, but if you're not listening on headphones and stuff, you might not be able to hear this. It's just really kind of low vinyl noise. Oh, that's a really heavy one. I'm going to try each one of these and see which one works best. Seems funny to work on something that's so embedded in the mix. Oh no, that one's good. I like that one. It's got a warm kind of sound to it. I'm going to get rid of these. I want this one. I already know this one's going to be better.
An inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the...
Okay, so let me just check the levels. So I think the levels are all working quite nicely. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to... I've got nothing on the master channel at the moment. I never run anything on the master channel usually, but now I'm trying to get that vibe. So I want to... Now I've got kind of most of the things I know mixed in how I want them to. I'm going to chuck the glue on the master channel. Again, I'm going to put just the glue preset. So yeah, that's sounding pretty good. That's already given us a lot of volume. Well, it's giving us a bit more volume. What's it up to? So up to -3. I'm going to take everything down a little bit. Just give us a little bit more level. So we got -7-ish now. So now I'm going to put it through my analog heat, which is over this side of the room. So let me get the camera. Yeah, so the analog heat, which I've had turned off until now, this is kind of where I run everything through. This is kind of my saturator unit. So everything through here is kind of goes out the top. So everything from the master channel will go into this, then back out again through this. And I could do it via their, they've got a plugin that actually does it all digitally, but I kind of like running it through the sound card. I had a whole load of issues with using it via the USB sound card. And I know it's been improved. I know somebody said to me the other day that they've improved the Overbridge software that kind of does it via USB. But I still haven't I haven't switched to that, to be honest. I'm still doing it wired through my sound card, which seems to work for me. So yeah, I'm going to run it through that, and I've got it already set up as an external effect. So it goes out via, I've got an RME sound card, so it goes out through the 3 and 4 and comes back in through the 7 and 8. I think this should work without hopefully giving you a whole load of feedback. I don't think it's giving you any feedback, is it? So I'm going to run this a bit hotter. We can see it's going in there about -5. So I'm going to just pump it up another 2 dB. So I've already got a preset on here. I've already got a preset running on the analog heat, which is just basically, yeah, it's just a preset that I tend to use. It's using the saturation preset on there, and just a whole load of different settings. So that's how it's sounding anyway. So I've got that on my master channel, and then probably what I will do is I will also put an isotope maximizer on there as well, which is just like a limiter, and I put it in the low latency mode. This is just good for working when you're still working stuff, and it's going to reduce the latency. So I've got that within there. Turn true peak on, put it as a -3 ceiling. As I say, I'm not mastering it or anything at the moment. I'm literally just trying to get a vibe. So that's why I've kind of just got the glue on there, which is gluing everything together. I've got the analog heat, which is adding some saturation to it, and again gluing it together a bit more. I mean, I could turn the glue off. Sometimes I do. See how it sounds without it, actually. Yeah, literally just playing around with it, see how that sounds. So yeah, that's my master channel set up for now. I'll come back to it a bit later, of course. This is just trying to get a vibe. So I've got some volume level there. Right, so let's get back. Actually, let me have a look at the chat, see what everybody's saying. Anything on Twitch? Nothing coming out on Twitch. Anything on here? What else we got here? Refresh this chat, because I don't know what's going on with the chat. My drums are out of tune. Sound all right to me, to be honest. I might come back and tweak them a bit later, but they sound all right to me. I think it's just, yeah, maybe it's a different sound to what you make. I don't know.
It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do.
I want to just work on this breakdown here. I kind of go through all the breakdowns because the breakdowns are a really important part. Like why I like working on the breakdowns anyway. That's kind of where I usually like playing around. And all this vocal I'm kind of keeping as the original version is.
Look over, tell somebody it's the inside job. I'm so glad I'm the lead, but I don't know what to do. Look over, tell somebody it's the inside job. Look over, tell somebody it's the inside job.
There we go. Just trying to make that breakdown feel full, I think. Hang on a second. So I've just seen that somebody said that my mic's a little bit low. Can I turn it up a little bit? I'm quite sure I can turn it up a bit. Hang on a second. So yeah, just trying to turn the mic up a bit. Actually, can I do it from here? I can do it from here, can't I? Got the RME here. Let's turn it up a little bit. So sorry, I'm going through all the different things here. It's hard to actually run everything through. I've got the sound card for, there we go. Let's turn it a bit louder. I've got the sound card running here. It's running my mic through the sound card, which is then going through, obviously, this computer. Then it's going out of the sound card into the streaming computer as well and trying to all be mixed together in there. It's really confusing. So hopefully that's a little better. I just don't want to peak on it. I don't want to kind of burst your eardrums with just my voice. Right. Okay. Back to it. Is everybody doing okay? I think there's still some people tuned in, isn't there? Or I might be just on my own. Zara said, just one idea. Breakdown just down volume stem piano to favorize vocal sound. Oh, so take the piano down to, yeah, that might be quite cool actually. Just taking so basically taking the piano down. I think that's what you're saying, is basically take it down in volume so you can just hear the vocal. Yeah, this in here, I put it here so that the piano kind of drops out and you've just got the bass. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get into this. So I might actually, yeah, automate the piano down.
Job. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job.
I do it is kind of working, but I wonder whether filtering it might work better.
I'm so glad I'm the lead, but I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. I'm so glad
Yeah, I don't have the actual volume automation is working on that piano. But what I might do is automate the filter. So we've got the filter here.
I'm so glad I'm here, but I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
Yeah, that kind of works. I like that. Let's get the crash in there. Let's just do. I don't want that same crash. Let's try. Oh, copy it. Yeah, that kind of works. I think that's working better. I'm going to come back to these a little bit more and tweak them later. That's what I tend to do. I don't like working on something too long because I tend to overwork it. So I kind of play around with it, get it to kind of where I want it, and then come back a little bit later. So I kind of go over things again and again and again until I kind of get them right. But I don't want to spend too long on something because then I lose objectivity. I think that's probably the word for it. I lose objectivity when I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. Right, so this bit here.
I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. It's a gift from God. And all I have to do is believe it. It's the inside job. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord.
Oh, I really like that. That loop's quite cool. I might use that loop here.
Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
quite sure about that now. Not there.
Now, you still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job. Oh, it's an inside job. I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. It's a gift from God. And all I have to do is believe it. It's the inside job. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord.
Actually, I'm going to move that to here because I like that deepness of that. That's really cool. Sorry, I'm copying across stuff across here.
It's a gift from God. And all I have to do is believe it. It's the inside job. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord.
There we go. Just trying to figure out how that breakdown's going to work, and I kind of want to keep this almost looping. I'm doing the opposite, actually, I think, of the original, because the original plays the full piano through the breakdown, and then it speeds up the piano at the end of the breakdown and then goes back into it fully, and I've kind of almost flipped that on its head almost.
Still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job. Oh, it's an inside job. I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. It's a gift from God. And all I have to do is believe it. It's the inside job. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord.
Yeah, that works quite well. I want to use some of this vocal from here as well, I think.
Talk about you, oh my soul, like a sweet below. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job. Look over and tell.
Yeah, I might use this bit of vocal here. Just at the end there, I think. Let's copy that across to here. And then mix it in, I think. Yeah, there, mix it in there.
You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord.
maybe I need another. I haven't put anything on this vocal yet, actually. I've just suddenly realised I have got no processing on this vocal whatsoever. It just goes to prove that it kind of works. I need to EQ it and stuff. But I suppose actually, because I think the original's probably EQ quite well, so it's sounding all right. I might put a little bit of reverb on it actually. I don't know why I haven't even thought of that so far. I do need another vocal track in there. Let's duplicate this. Delete all of this. Just kind of playing around with the vocal. I'm not really just trying to think of keeping it interesting towards later on in the track. Okay, I think I'm almost getting there with it. I'm just kind of playing around. I'm not talking too much. I'm just literally just playing around with things, and I'm really kind of not haphazard. I kind of go all over the place when I'm kind of doing this kind of editing thing, because I'm kind of thinking, oh, that might be quite cool to do there, and that might be cool to drop this out and then drop that out. And that's generally I work on a very kind of subtractive kind of basis, so I tend to just remove stuff like loads. Like I'll play around with like taking the kick out or taking the drums out or taking the bass out or whatever, just to see what kind of variations you can get. Yeah, there we go. So we are starting to sound pretty decent now. This is starting to sound pretty cool. So I would say this is about 70% of the way there now. I think this is about 70% of the way there now. Let me just check over in the chat. Is everybody okay? Whoa. Julie's joined us, says sounding good. Thank you very much. Fabrice has joined. Hi, how you doing, mate? If you join late, don't worry about it. You can watch this back later. It will all be on the YouTube channel if you want to get that on there. Vince has asked, the piano sounds great, but you don't use another VST piano like Rhodes or organ. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. So the reason I'm not using any kind of piano is because I'm using the original, because I'm using the remix. So I'm using the piano from the remix. Usually I would probably make my own piano line or whatever. And in which case I would be using like the M1, perhaps the grand piano within Ableton. Or if it was going to be Rhodes, it would be like the Velvet or something like that, or the DB33 for an organ. But with this, obviously I'm using the piano is so characteristic of the original track that, yeah, I need to use it. Like, it just sounds so good. So that's why I haven't introduced anything else to it yet, but I might actually put a string in there now, which I'm going to use the M1 for. So yeah, at the moment, I've really not used any real instruments in here so far. So the basses come from Bass Engine, but that's a sampler anyway. It's a rompler or whatever you want to call it. It's sample based rather than actually being synthesis based. At least I think so. I'm pretty sure it is anyway. Getting a bit hot in here now, actually. I've got a tiny little fan just down here underneath the camera, which I've just had to put on. You'll have to let me know if it just doesn't sound right through the microphone. The microphone picking it up. I can't hear it. I don't know. You have to let me know if that fan's bugging you, but I'm getting way too hot in here and I don't have air conditioning in this tiny little studio. So, yeah, I'm going to put a string in here. A string in on the final breakdown, I think, because I want to get some ambience in there. No, ambience. I keep using that ambience word. I want to find a better word for that. I keep saying it. It sounds so poncy when I say that, ambience. I'm going to drop M1 onto here. So the M1 I tend to love because it's got that old school kind of feel. I'm going to go for the strings, and the Dyna strings I tend to use quite a bit. Just the first patch on here seems to work for me. I'm just going to go into here. I don't think there's any effects. There's some hall reverb, which I don't need to worry too much about. I'm going to keep it as is. And what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to put a held note in this breakdown, I think. The held note, it's a staple of kind of house music tradition almost, like kind of that classic house effect. Sorry, I've got my leg underneath me and I think my foot's gone to sleep now. Sorry, way too much information. Yeah, so the held string is really a thing of old school house. So I'm going to do a single held note on the root note of this that we're in. So we're in, what is it, F. So I'll try doing a really high F, maybe an F4. That might be a bit too low. Oh God, sorry. Let me turn it down a little bit. Oh, actually, I do this higher normally, but that sounds pretty good quite low down.
If you still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it.
Actually, no, I'm going to put it a bit higher. I'm going to put it 1 octave higher.
If you still got a problem.
Actually, I'm not sure about that. I might try it on a different note. Maybe 3 semitones up. 1, 2, 3.
If you still got a problem.
Maybe up 7. Yeah, that works quite well. It's still within the F minor scale, but it kind of works better, I think.
If you still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job. it's an inside job. I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. It's a gift from God.
So yeah, that's kind of fills it out nicely. It just gives that kind of area of tension. What I'm going to do is I'm going to automate the gain on it. So I'm going to just bring it in volume wise. So let's take it down and just bring it in.
Now, if you still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job. Oh, it's an inside job. I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. It's a gift from God. And all I have to do is believe it. It's an inside job. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord.
Yeah, I was wondering whether to keep that string in till the end, but when that kind of piano kicks back in again, I think that works better. Yeah, I was worried about it being, I don't know. Just, yeah, it makes sense to kind of cut it off then. But as you can see, like, I've just really, I've just done it gradually, just gradually fading in, and I've kind of taken the volume down of the actual strings themselves, just so they kind of, you don't notice them so much. I don't want you to kind of notice them and think, oh, there's a string there that's just come in. I want it to be kind of, yeah, kind of subtle. I should really start renaming some of this stuff because I look at all these layers. So that's crowd, noise, 1. Crowd, noise, 2. I'm terrible for this stuff. Actually, I should put the vocals together. I was going to put some, I'm going to group the vocals together because I've got 2 tracks of vocals now. And I haven't put any kind of effects on them. I'm going to put a bit of reverb on them. Now, usually people would put it on the send channels and send a certain amount to the vocals. So send a certain amount of the vocals to the send channel to get the reverb. But I like to put the reverb actually on the channel. It's just something I do. It's, you know, everybody's going to have their own opinion on whether that's good or not. But I like doing it that way.
Now, if you still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job. Oh, it's an inside job. I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. It's a gift from God. And all I have to do is believe it. It's an inside job. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself. Thank you, Lord. I'm not saved because of what you.
So the vocals are already quite treated anyway. I think by just by hearing the vocals, it sounds like it is recorded from somewhere. You can hear kind of hints of original track in there somewhere.
My clothes. Don't worry about my dress, but stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your.
Yeah, I can almost hear a little bit of kind of instrumental in there somewhere. Just very buried very deep in it. So it's already kind of crunchy, and so I'm wondering whether to treat it too much. I might put the RC20 on it again, but I don't want to kind of put too much on it because it already sounds pretty good as it is. I'm going to put it after the reverb as well because I want to get that kind of, I want to get the crunchiness on the reverb.
My clothes. Don't worry about my dress, but stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. My clothes. Don't worry about my dress, but stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop
vocals sound very center. They sound very mono. I might give them a bit of width just to make it fit in a little bit better. I'm going to put the Ozone 8 imager on there at the end of that.
Don't worry about my dress, but stop your lying. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me, but get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do, I ain't gonna do it no more.
Yeah, I think that might work a little bit better. I'm just putting a bit of width on the everything up from 2K upwards. I think that's going to work better. Yeah.
Don't worry about my dress, but stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk.
Yeah, let's see how that sounds. Oh, unsolo that.
Don't worry about my dress, but stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me, but get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do, I ain't gonna do it no more. The way I used to talk about you, I'm not gonna talk about you no more. See, there's a joy on my soul, like a sweet pillow. See, tell somebody it's an inside job. I'm so glad I'm delivered, I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
Feels like needs to be some vocal there actually. I might do these vocals again here. Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm delivered, I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
Oh, that's that. I don't want to repeat that bit again, so let me use this instead, I think. No, put that in the wrong place.
I'm so glad I'm delivered, I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
interesting. I pitched that down 3 semitones, and I kind of like that.
Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
I'm gonna keep that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that looping. I think I like the. I like how that's sounding. That lowered one. Maybe I do something with that. Maybe I try pitching it. Oh, I don't know what to do. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna play around with this. I'm gonna create a MIDI channel. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to load that vocal in, that vocal stab that we got going on there. Load that into here. Now, is this already pitched down? Okay, so sorry, I'm just kind of trying to work this out, how I'm going to do this. Let me move it to, convert it to a sampler. And then I can say that we know that these vocals are in F. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right octave on the Squid. There we go. Create some interesting kind of, I don't know, rhythm with it maybe? I don't know, so I'll play around with it and see what I can come up with. I might just loop it over here and just start playing around a bit. So yeah, I'm just kind of just jamming out on the Squid here. So just kind of playing some different notes. I kind of like that. That is kind of doing something that around the lines of kind of what I want. So I'm going to hit the capture button and hopefully... Why did it not capture everything? That's a bit weird. Oh well. Let's rock with this, shall we? So I'm going to... Let's loop this up. Kind of getting there. What was it? Oh, lost my mouse. It was. Yeah, we are. Let's get this, quantize this. A bit of groove on it as well. Actually, I like my own groove better, don't I? Yeah, I think it's... I might try loosening it a little bit. I kind of like that. That kind of works.
Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
Elgato that. Elgato? Legato. Maybe I'll bring that in a bit later, actually, because it's a bit too much, isn't it? And now it feels like it's missing something. I'm gonna, I don't know. Do I put it back? What do you guys think? What do you think to that? Let's have a look. Are we in the chat still? What's going on? Ian's just joined. Hi, mate. Where did I get the stems from? The stems is for the remix. The remix for this whole thing. If you look in the description of the live stream, you'll see the original version. The original is by PerQX and what was it called? PerQX. Yeah, PerQX and Rare Candy. The track's called Say Yes, and this is basically the stems for that remix, basically. Because this is an official remix. It will hopefully be going out if the label like it. So that's where I got that from. I have a question. Fabrice is asking, who is the singer? I honestly have no idea. I couldn't tell you. It's not credited on the actual release, so I'm guessing it's a sample. I'm guessing it's a sample from somewhere, or it could be an a cappella they've licensed. I don't know. I don't know where the vocal came from. It's a cool vocal, though. Needs something else in there, doesn't it? Something else. Oh, I don't know about this one now. I'm ruining it, aren't I? I'm not quite sure. That's better. That sounds better. So you can see I'm just really messing around here. I don't actually have, probably should have the scale thing. That'll probably help me out a bit. I'm going to put the scale plugin on here so I keep within the F minor. Yeah, it's kind of working. I might come back to that later. I might keep it, I might take it out. I'm just going to leave it in there for now. I'm going to put a bit of LFO tool on there as well to duck it. Actually, I might put a bit of LFO tool on to duck the whole vocals. So I tend to put a bit of the LFO tool on my vocals just to kind of duck them a little bit, so that they kind of duck underneath the kick. Just makes it feel like they're part of the mix a little bit better. That's fine where the vocals sit with the... Yeah, let's try that. I think that's sounding better. I've just taken away that ride because I'm just not keen on that ride. This is where I start coming back to the drums and I can't start thinking about whether I want to tweak the drums a little. So, yeah. I want to do a kind of repeat at the end of here, actually. A loop, kind of a loop. I'm going to find a little tiny loop within here. I think I just want to find a tiny little loop. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside. Get rid of the bass. Don't want the bass. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside. 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 Look over. Look over and tell somebody. It's not kind of what I wanted. I want this kind of, yeah, that's not kind of the piano bit that I want. Yeah, I'm just not getting what I want. Whoa. not quite. I don't know what I'm after. But something's not right. I think it's this bit here. That sounds better. I don't know if that's quite what I want. Let's see how that sounds. Yeah, that sounds better. It's kind of what I'm after. Just trying to figure that bit out. Something's not quite right about that. Look over, tell somebody it's the inside job. Maybe it's this note. Maybe this note I need to change. Oh, I'm so picky. Does that work? Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. Now that one doesn't sound right. Oh, you probably, if I don't know, are you getting really annoyed by this yet? I am. Can't quite figure it out yet. Shut up. Maybe that works. Still doesn't sound quite what I'm after. I want it to go down. Do I want it to go down? Let's try that one. Oh, this is so annoying. I know what I'm after, but like it doesn't seem to be working. See how that sounds with it all. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out whether that works. Collector Ski Music. Greetings from the Caribbean. Wow, this really does get quite far, this YouTube channel. It's nice that you guys are all tuning in and watching. I hope it's interesting. I think the camera's stuttering, isn't it? Is the camera stuttering? Definitely got some kind of delay going on here. It's a bit weird. I hope it's not too bad for you guys. I think it's my aging MacBook that's trying to do this stream that's struggling a little bit. What if I start and stop again? No, I think that's probably going to kill it, isn't it? I won't do that just in case. Yeah, that's not going to help, is it? Oh well, I hope it's okay for you guys. Is there anybody over on Twitch? I just want to make sure. No, nobody's on Twitch. Oh, it's getting hot in this room now. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just checking on the YouTube channel, seeing how many people's tuned in at the moment, because I can't actually see on here for some reason. It's not showing me on here. I don't really want to be tuning into myself. I think I'm almost ready. I think I'm almost there for today, to be honest, with this remix, because I'm going to tweak it some more little bits here and there, I think, to be done. Might work a little bit more on the breakdowns, put some effects in there and stuff, but I'm almost getting to kind of where I want to be at today, because yeah, this at the moment I don't want. If you spend too much time listening to it, it annoys you and it grates on you. So I might go away for like a few hours and then come back to it, or maybe come back to it another day and then finish it off. So I'm gonna keep on it for a little bit longer. I think we're almost there with it. So. Actually, I might echo that. Look over, look over. I wonder if I can do the kick on the same as. I'm trying to echo that sound that's happening. The piano. I'm trying to repeat. I can't get my words out. I think I'm just too hot. I'm trying to want to echo what's happening with the piano with the kick. So if I can solo them both together, hopefully you'll see what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I wonder if I put a clap in there as well. Maybe try and do the same thing with the clap. That might be a bit interesting. No, I don't think that's not going to sound good, is it? See how that sounds all together. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. No, that's not working. I'm going to get rid of that. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside. Oh, actually, how about a reverse kick? A reverse kick might be quite cool. I'm going to put a reverse kick in there. Let's put an audio channel in here. I'm going to reach into this kick. Find in show in browser. Drag that onto here. And then I'm just going to reverse it. See what this sounds like. Look over and tell somebody. Oh yeah, I like that. That's kind of cool. I'm just going to consolidate that and then loop it. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. Oh no, perhaps not. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. I do like having the reverse kick in there though. I might keep that and just. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. Can't even hear it there, can you? Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. There we go. Just kind of use it maybe as a way to introduce things. Might use that a bit later on. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go through and play this mostly from the start, probably from the first breakdown, and just tweak things as I go. So if there's anything in there that could be interesting.
But stop your lying, stop your backbite, stop your jealousy, stop trying to talk about
sound a little bit too loud here. I'm going to take them down by just maybe a dB.
The way I used to talk about you, I'm not gonna talk about you no more. See, yeah, there's a joy on my soul, like a sweet pillow.
Actually, because that utility is just... Yeah, I'm doing too much with that utility. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put another utility on there. And I'm just going to take it down by 2 dB just in this breakdown, maybe.
Talk about you, I'm not gonna talk about you no more. See, yeah, there's a joy on my soul.
Yeah, that's better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this utility, I'm going to turn it off most of the time, but then for the breakdowns, I'm going to turn it on. So everything is going to be taken down by 5 dB.
Come on, let's get it. Say yeah. Say yeah. It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. Stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do, I ain't gonna do it no more. The way I used to talk about you, I'm not gonna talk about you no more. See, yeah, there's a joy on my soul, like a sweet pillow. See, yeah. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
I'm not keen on that. Not keen on that bit at all.
Look over.
Yeah, I'm not keen on that at all.
Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job. I'm so glad I've been living, I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job. I'm so glad I've been living, I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's an inside job.
Okay, I suddenly realised what I might do with this chopped up vocal. I'm going to put a utility on there. Do I want to put a utility on there? Is that what I want? Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to automate the balance. I'm not going to do the one on the channel because I want to keep that just in case I want to adjust it elsewhere. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to automate the balance here. Now, sometimes I do this with an auto filter, but I actually want to be, not an auto filter, an auto pan, but I want to be really specific with this one. So I'm going to throw, like, for example, this one off to the right. That really throws me off. I would think going up goes to the left. Okay, I'm going to throw this one off to the left, maybe 20%. And then this one's going to go off to the right at 20%. And then throw this one off to the left at 20%, say. And then when we get to here, this one's going to go to the right, 20%, left 20%, and then right 20%. And then I'm going to copy this across, I think. Yeah, let's copy it across there. So I guess, no, is that right? No, that's not right. That's it, there. So copy that across. That's right, isn't it? Yep, that's right. There you go, so it pans a bit now. Okay, that's a bit too much. I wonder if I can take the width down and that will reduce that. No, I'll have to do it manually. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have actually copied across that. Right, let's take it down to maybe 10%. 10 to the left. 10 to the right. 10 to the left. Oh. 10 to the right. Oh, just can't get it. My mouse won't go. There we go. I might as well just edit them, actually. I should just edit the point, shouldn't I? Minus 10. Yeah, it's a much easier way. I don't know why I just don't do that. 10. Minus 10. 10. Yeah, if you want to know what I'm doing here, in Ableton 10, they added the ability, I think it's 10.1, was it 10.1 update or 10.2 update, allows you to right-click and edit value, which honestly has been so long coming. The fact that you couldn't ever edit it just like that. You can drag it, but you couldn't edit it. And it just allows you to be so much more precise. 10. Is that it? Oh, I should just copy these across. It'd make more sense, wouldn't it? All right. Yeah. That kind of works. It's not perfect, but I think that kind of works. I might have to listen back to it at another time and then figure out whether I want to keep that. So now I kind of want to get some effects in there and stuff. You can notice it's still all kind of rough, and I'll come back to this all a bit later probably. But the whole point of this is trying to come up with a remix idea, and actually kind of the rest of it is all kind of tweaking and finishing off and stuff. So yeah, I want to get some effects now. I'm going to head over to Splice, I think, in a second and find some stuff. Yeah, let's have a look at... I'm going to get some effects, I think. And actually, no, I've got a reverse... I want to get a reverse cymbal because I think that's going to be quite cool. Crash, reverse crash. And I'm sure I've got a whole load of those already in my Splice. Notice how I'm going through the browser rather than actually going through the app.
Don't worry about my dress, but stop your lying, stop your backbite, stop your jealousy.
Yeah, I'm going to use that. I think I want to reverse crash just to kind of get into some of the vocals, maybe just to lead into the vocals. I'm going to put them down here, I think. Actually, I should put it under the crash here. That'll make more sense. Yeah, just kind of reverse crash to get into stuff. It's kind of with this, certainly with these kind of vocals, it kind of makes sense to, it's like an old school technique.
Stop your backbite, stop your jealousy, stop your backbite, stop your jealousy, stop your backbite, stop your jealousy, stop trying to talk about me, but get it on the inside.
kind of works. That's cool. I'm going to put an EQ on there just to make sure that I kind of... And it also kind of echoes that reversed kick as well.
Stop your jealousy. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you talk about more. The way I used to talk about you. I'm not going to talk about you no more. See, there's a joy on my soul. Like a sweet pillow. See, come on, let's get it to see it. Can you see it? It's an inside job. Don't worry about my clothes. Don't worry about my dress. But stop your lying. Stop your backbite. Stop your jealousy. Stop trying to talk about me. But get it on the inside. When you got it on the inside, things I used to do, I ain't gonna do it no more. The way I used to talk about you, I'm not gonna talk about you no more. See, there's a joy on my soul, like a sweet pillow. See, like a sweet pillow. See, look over and tell somebody it's the inside job. I'm so glad after you, but I don't know what to do. Look over and tell somebody it's the inside job.
Okay, it goes a bit quiet then, and what I'm actually going to do, I think I'm going to use one of the returns for once, and I'm going to put an echo on there. I'm going to put an echo. I'll leave it at the 1/8 dotted. I'm going to put the feedback up to over 100% because I want it to feed back on itself. I'm going to use the filter and filter out the bottom end and a bit of top end. And what I'm doing is I'm going to send some of this vocal to it. Now this might work and this might not. I don't know. Just going to grab a little bit of this vocal. Sounds very robotic. No. Don't like that much at all. Let's try this one. That sounds almost like a siren. And what I'm going to do is, I've got that there. I'm going to put an LFO tool over the top of it so that it really kind of pumps. See if that does something. No, hang on. Let's try that again. I forgot to put it in ping pong mode. I always put it in ping pong mode. I love that ping pong mode. There you go. We're almost creating our own little effect there. I'm going to take a little bit more off the top end, and I'm going to take the volume down a bit because I don't want so much of that. It's quite loud. Could actually take just this down actually, but.
Look over and tell somebody it's
I'm going to try playing around with the settings just to make sure that I'm not missing on something. Let's try on the notes. It's funny, you always have to kind of reset the echo because it does some really strange effects. Let's try with the 1/8. I do kind of like that. That's quite cool. That works quite nicely. I'll put a little bit more top end in there. Yeah, it's got this kind of fluttering to it. Quite like that. That's quite cool. Although it doesn't. Does that sound like it's going left to right to you? Not quite. It doesn't quite feel like it's going wide enough. I might put an auto pan on there because I really want it to go a bit wide. Nice. I think that works all right. Let's hear how that sounds all together. Oh, actually, I wonder if I kind of do a... might get rid of the reverb on one of these. Ooh. I actually kind of like it more without the reverb. This is really rough. Don't judge me on this. I'm going to create a new track within here. I'm going to try just that chopped up vocal on its own. I think I want it quicker though. Let's get rid of these. Oh, do I get rid of them? No, let's not get rid of them for now. Revert, 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 revert. Right, now add a new track in. So I'm going to copy this across down to here. I'm going to press 0 on my keyboard to deactivate it so it doesn't do anything. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these chops in. Actually, I don't like the way it's got the reverb on it, so I might actually just do that on its own. You know what? I quite like that. I wonder if I can put it in a different timing. Do I like it more towards the end of the bar or at the start of the bar? Yeah. That wasn't right. That's better. Work out whether I like it towards the start of the bar or at the end of the bar. No, at the end of the bar, I reckon. I'm going to take that as a loop, join that all together, and I can start using this. I tend to do a lot of kind of cutting up and looping vocals anyway in my tracks, if you kind of see them. So this is on its own track now, so I'm going to have to EQ this and bed this in the mix. In fact, I might even put this in with the drum group because this does feel like it should be part of the drums. See how that sounds. So now I've got the confusion of where I'm actually going to put it in. I might get rid of these here. Deactivate them and put it in here, I think. now I'm not keen on this bit. In fact, I'm just going to get rid of this bit. I'm going to get rid of those funny vocal stems. I'm going to have to figure something else to go in there, I think. Weirdly enough, I've just pasted that in the wrong place, but it actually sounds better. That positioning just sounds better than the other one. I'm going to replace the others now. Happy accident. That's called a happy accident. So I'm going to paste this in here. That worked pretty well. I like it when things like that happen. Unexpected.
I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. If so, I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace. And it's so easy. It's a gift from God, and all I have to do is believe it. It's inside y'all. You can't save me. You can't even sanctify me. I gotta sanctify myself.
Just realised I got that vocal there, that kind of ooh, ooh. I'm going to try that with this echo. No, don't like that echo. I'm going to have another one. I'm just going to replicate exactly what was on the track, which was a 1/4, I think. Or was it a 1 to half, actually, I think. Notes. 100% wet. Let's try this one then. That sounds wicked. Putting a bit. Shush. Putting a bit of LFO after that echo as well, just to make it pump. Let's try. Something I'm still not quite liking about that echo. Something about it. I keep editing the wrong one. I think that sounds better. I want that kick in here. Oh. I think we're almost there now. I don't know if anybody's still tuned in. Let me have a look, see if anybody's on the chat. Mr. Confidence says, where's the piano from? The piano is from it's from the remix parts. If you look in the description of this video, you'll see a link to the original track, PerQX, and I keep forgetting the other guy's name. Oh, Rare Candy, PerQX and Rare Candy. The track's called Say Yes. That's the original track. link to it down below, and that's kind of what I'm remixing. So I don't know where the actual. I'm guessing they probably made those pianos. To be honest, it's a kind of classic piano, that kind of wobble piano line. I don't know how you call it. It's like going between the octaves, isn't it? It's kind of it's an old school '90s style way of playing like piano. But yeah, it's really cool. I'm sure there's plenty of sample packs out there that does that. How many people are tuned in at the moment? I can't actually see. Trying to see it on my little YouTube app here. There's still 12 people watching. I'm sure a lot of you guys are going to tune in a bit later because, yeah, I know you guys are from all over the world. So I think so. What we're going for 4 hours now, I think. 4 hours? Yeah, 4 hours. Just over 4 hours on this stream. I know it's lagging a bit on my camera, which is really starting to annoy me. And I wish it wouldn't lag so much, but it does look like it is, and I think it's probably something to do with my laptop. Probably needs to be the stream needs to be restarted. But I think one more thing I want to kind of go through, I think, is putting some extra samples in there, because I think this is I'd say 80-90% of the way there now. I will probably come back to this a bit later today or maybe tomorrow and finish it off, get it all sounding nice. And that just involves kind of tweaking the sounds and stuff, because I've been listening to it too long, 4 hours now, and it's probably just my ears are just not hearing stuff anymore. But what I want to do is I want to get some effects in there, and that's when I kind of jump onto Splice. So I am going to open up a new window here. Let's go to Splice. And go to Sounds. I do love Splice so much. It's really great for finding samples that you want, because like in this case, I mean, I think I want some effects, some kind of general effects in here somewhere. So I'm going to jump into instruments, and then into what kind of sound. I don't even know what kind of effects I want. I think I want a downer or something like that. But anyway, I'm going to jump into here. I'm going to put it in the key that I'm working in, which is F minor. So F. Oh, it does annoy me that you can't just, you have to go like that. Mind you, I don't even need F. I don't even need the minor for the effects. That shouldn't matter too much. I've got it set to random, so I might pull up some interesting stuff. I'll try not to blast your ears with this, if it's going to work. So yeah, I don't know what I want. Let's try narrowing it down by genre. I might go for techno. Maybe some techno effects in there. It's more of an old school house thing, isn't it? A kind of classic house thing. So let's go into the house category and see what we can find in there. I'm going to try and go in by popular, actually, sorting by popular and see what I can find within here. These all sound too EDM-ish. I'm going to search up classic house, maybe. See what kind of sample packs fly out of here. Lo-fi. These might be interesting. I've got a few of these samples already. Let's go for search by effects. I'm not going to search by key, actually. I want to just see if there's anything in here that might be interesting. Nothing in here today for this sample pack. We're going back to classic house. That's it. Have a look, see if there's any kind of cool packs within here. See if there's any kind of sounds that maybe might be good. I kind of like going through the sample packs quite a bit to try and find new stuff. So I'm not just using the same samples all the time. I like to kind of introduce new sounds. And there's always some really interesting stuff on Splice. You can always find some good stuff on here. Trying to think of... Oh, there we go. That House Nation actually is a good one. I've already got a few of these already. But let's have a look, see if there's anything in here. Yeah, go to effects.
Running that shit, man.
Isn't me?
That's kind of cool.
You still got a problem. You go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job.
So what I usually do when I'm kind of auditioning these, I'm going to loop up this part here. I'm going to turn the vocals off because I just want to hear the actual instrument.
Last night.
Feel alone.
Hey. What is?
I really like that crash. I think I might replace the crash that's in there already with that. That one's cool. Let me just... I'm going to replace this. I wasn't expecting to find that. But it is quite nice. Let's got that crash there. It's just a 909 crash, but I think it's just been really nicely processed. Has that got it's got snap on? I thought as much. Might put a little bit of reverb on that, I think. A little bit of reverb. Yeah, I like that crash better. Funny how you find these things. I wasn't even looking for it. I don't really want any more. I don't really need any more vocals in here, but I like this sound, and I'm wondering whether I can put a really nice kind of echo on it. yeah, I'm going to take this right down in the mix. I'm going to put an echo on here. I'm actually going to kick the feedback all the way up to about 90-ish. Don't want to be over 100%, but I want to take it, keep the dry wet.
Oh, it's an inside.
Yeah, I think this is going to sound cool.
Oh, it's an
50% on that.
oh, it's an inside job. Now you still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job.
There you go. Just created a really kind of interesting, I don't know, transition, I guess, just by taking that sample and reversing it. Add something into that breakdown.
Now you still got a problem, then you go home and talk to God about it. Oh, it's an inside job. Oh, it's an inside job. Oh, it's an inside job. I'm not saved because of what you think about me, but I'm saved by grace, and it's so easy.
So yeah, I think that's kind of cool. That kind of works. I was trying to think if there's anything else that kind of go in here. I'm looking for some more effects, but it's going to take me a while going through all these, trying to figure them out. But I think that is pretty much most of the remix done. Like, I'd say 95%, 90% of the remix is done there, I reckon. Yeah, I think it's pretty much done there. Sorry, I think that it's just, yeah, the stream's juddering again, isn't it? Anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed this. So I think I'm going to call it a day there. It's been just over 4 hours and 20 minutes. And I think I've got most of the remix done. It's just, yeah, I think I just need to go away, like clear my ears a little bit and come back a little bit later and then tweak it and stuff. It's just going to be small tweaks. I can't imagine too much being changed. You never know. It might actually be a case of, oh God, that juddering video is really annoying, isn't it? Sorry. I need to get this fixed. I need to get it sorted. Yeah, I think this is almost there. I think it's almost kind of working now. I've just got to go back and tweak it a little bit, find all those little bits that just need tweaking, like EQ tweaks, maybe mix tweaks, a few little bits here and there, but pretty much that is mostly the remix done. I think it's sounding pretty cool so far. I can't see anything instantly that I might change. I might tweak that bass. I'm not quite sure. I need to give it a couple more blasts. What I will probably do is I'll probably render it off either now or at the end of today, whenever I kind of finish it for today, and then I'll listen back to it a few times and see what I want to come back to. It's not going to be the finished thing. It'll probably take a few more, maybe another session or maybe 2 more sessions of tweaks just to kind of get it how I want it to. But I think it's sounding cool. I think it's sounding pretty decent so far. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully this has been useful or fun or interesting, whatever else like that. As I say, you can always come back and watch this again and skip through it. I'm going to add a whole load of timestamps so you can kind of jump through the different parts after this is all finished. If you have enjoyed this and you want to help support the channel, then head along to my Patreon. I've got a link in the description below. It will kind of, you can help back me and support this channel. You can also get hold of all my presets and things like that. There's also a link below if you like this t-shirt. I've got a whole load of t-shirts down there as well. You can tell I'm plugging stuff now. But yeah, if you want to help support the channel, that's a couple of ways you can do. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed this. If you're not already a subscriber to the channel, then please subscribe to the channel. And hopefully I'll see you again in the next video.